mile marker 50, 10:05. As soon as I go live on Instagram. All right, we're live all around. Here we are. Mile marker 50. Just marching along the way. All right. Back on the road in marathon. Here I am. A nice day of rest yesterday. So we're gonna try to log some serious miles today. Gotta do at least 15. Maybe if we're lucky, maybe we're feeling good and daylight's in our favor, we'll do 20. But we're marching along. We ended early yesterday. The 7-mile bridge was intense. It felt like twice the walk. That 7 miles is like 14 miles in cart path. The stress of walking 14 miles in regular convenient path was built into 7 miles of walking. But here we are, marching along marathon, and we're raising money to the South Florida Autism Charter School. You can scan the QR code on the top right corner and click and donate as well. And the goal is to get to the ballpark less than a week's day, to get to Lone Depot Park by opening day. And we're 50 miles into our journey. We have another 100 or so to more, 100 and change to go. Let's try to do a long day today. Well, we got to get to mile marker 81 by tomorrow night. So we got 2 days to do 31 miles. We're at the doorstep of $4,000 or $3,955. We thank you to all who donated along the way. And we're just marching away, streaming away. So we are live. There's the little Marina Laboratory, nice and easy. Just taking it easy. It's a pretty nice day. It's a little more cloudy than yesterday and whatnot. Sorry, cut a cable disconnected already. All right. A little more cloudy than yesterday, but still overall nice. It's 69 degrees, mostly sunny, not windy whatsoever. We march along. A target, we're ballparking around that Long Key Bridge. That Long Key Bridge is 3 miles, but there is a pedestrian fishing bridge along the way that goes all the way through. So that'll be. Now I remember last year that bridge was super windy. So we'll see. We're just marching through marathon, and we'll get through the Grassy Key. We'll pass shipwrecks, and we're soon we'll be along that point. There will be a nice trail, like we did last year, except last year in the dark. Florida East Coast Railway, Crane Point Museum. So I think that's the museum. I think that's what this guy was talking about. With Fits Up 876. What happened to feet on the street at 9? Yes, we were late. We were very, very late to feet on the street. That is true. That is true. We were late. So idea we had free breakfast. So we had to capitalize on the free breakfast. But how's the hangover? What? What? A hangover to watching the Canes last night? That was a nice win by the Canes last night. On a hostile road environment for us. What's supposed to be a neutral site NCAA tournament game, and the game was close until like 3 minutes left. And the Canes put them away. I thought the Canes were the much better team. It should have been a blowout from the beginning. The only reason it was close is because every time Mizzou would get a basket, the crowd would get a giant lift, and it would go like on a 9-0 run based on the crowd giving him a boost. But yeah, if it wasn't being, but the Canes still got it done. The real SDI says, too late for normal people. I fell asleep early in the game. I get it. Jorge Hiron 797 says, what mile marker are you on? We just passed. Well, we started the day on mile marker 50, and we just started the street. And so yeah, we were supposed to be feet on the street at 9. I kind of knew when I said it. Even when I said it, I'm like, oh, that's not realistic. I should have. But yeah, we're gonna try to be feet on the street at 9 tomorrow. Wait, so Missouri gets a bigger basket because the game was hours away for basket? No, it's every time they got a basket, they got a boost. The crowd would get to their feet and they would get on a run. They would get a boost of momentum. Every time Mizzou did one or two good things, and they would get them back in the game. The Canes were on the verge of blowing them out, and then they do a couple things and they get boosted. It's like so it is like every basket was like a super boost. But we're marching along. RV Richie's on the IG. And is 97 pod. Marching along marathon. I did deploy some sunscreen. Got a new spotter today. She's hovering around. RV Richie's everywhere. How do we put these comments on the screen? I don't have to keep punching them in. I'm everywhere, yeah. Yeah, you are everywhere, RV Richie. We're marching along marathon. I got some nice rest. I feel good. I think I can do 20 miles today. 22 miles. 20 miles will put us at mile marker 70. And I know that there's a bridge on mile marker 72 that is kind of hairy. It's a short bridge, but it is an uphill, and there is no pedestrian walkway. So I remember doing that last year. So I think that bridge I'll do tomorrow. I don't think I'll get to that bridge today, but if I could get on the doorstep of that bridge and do that bridge at first light. Real SDI says, what's the over-under? They say the times you say marching along. Oh, 75. I think I say marching along 5 times a mile. But we are marching along. And we're walking. Oh, helicopter. Helicopter action. But yeah, we're raising money. This is Carter Center. I'm marching along the way. It's a nice, glorious Monday morning. We did have a late start to Feet of the Street, but if we take a break, it's not going to be long. I'm going to try to do as many miles as I can today. The Canes play at noon tomorrow. Against Purdue. There'll be some games going on today, but luckily there's not 4 or 5 games going on at the same time, at least until nighttime. The first, 12 hours or so, the first 6 hours, I say, are solo games. We're marching along marathon. It does feel kind of warm. Now that it's not windy, even though the temperature's the same, it does feel kind of warm. I have deployed the sunscreen. But we march onward and onward. Oh, Taco Grill. Oh, SDI, best tacos. These guys say they have the best tacos, so they must be the best. Every favorite one yesterday. Really? I guess the only underdog that was close was Santa Clara, and they maybe should have won. But Owe hit some ridiculous shot at half court. They say it has to be true. Yes, every favorite did win this year. Yes, sunscreen has been deployed. Admittedly, I kind of the first day when we were in Key West, it was kind of gloomy and overcast, so there was no need for sunscreen. So I guess we got in the mojo of not putting on sunscreen. So I think the next 2 days we didn't put it on. And then yesterday I had my windbreaker on. I'm like, oh, I don't need sunscreen. I had my windbreaker on. Forgot to account for my face. And my face is, my face I think is somewhat red. I think it's gotten a little bit better. But alas, we have the sunscreen deployed as we're marching along marathon. Now we're live on Twitch. We got some good Twitch action. We got live on YouTube. And we are live on the Eye of G. That's Instagram. Every mile march goes towards the South Florida Autism Charter Center. We'll be marching through marathon. We will pass Duck Key. We'll pass the Hawks Cay. We'll pass Hawks Cay. SDI says with that rabbi beard, nobody can see your face. I do have a thick beard. But yeah, we're gonna pass through Duck Key and maybe get to that Long Key Bridge. That's the goal. I'm gonna be trying to move it pretty good. We're 11 miles into our walk. Short day yesterday. And last year we wouldn't have been able to do that short day last year. We will have only had 7 days. But now we had 10 days built in the schedule. Even short day yesterday, we did 50 miles in 3 days, which is over the 16 miles per day average we need to get to Lone Depot Park by Friday night. SDI says people are going to think you got lost in Key West and you're trying to way back to the mainland with that beard. yeah, I look like Castaway. There's Herbie's Beer Garden. You know? It's T-Mobile, it's KFC. I'm marching along, just got to get to 51 and then onwards and upwards to see how we're doing there. But yeah, we're marching for the cause. It is a Saturday morning. Thank you all those joining in on a Saturday. But you're trying to kill time before basketball starts. We got you covered. Although it's not going to be as intense and nerve-wracking as yesterday was. This is going to be boring compared to yesterday. There won't be a bridge like that that's that long. There'll be some other small bridges that are like that, but none that are 7 miles. And then we'll have to eventually work our way. By Wednesday, we got to be at the 18-mile stretch. We got to be at the doorstep. We got to walk the 18-mile stretch on Wednesday. So by the end of day Tuesday, we got to be on the doorstep of the 18-mile stretch. Oh yeah, we are going to do the blue wall, of course. But the blue wall has a giant wide patch of grass that has that I have comfortable distance from the cars. But at the same time, that giant patch of grass is very uncomfortable to walk on, and it's going to cause a lot of pain on my legs and knees and feet in one stop. So I'd almost rather walk the 7-mile bridge than 20 miles of just rough and tough walking. But yeah, we will do the blue wall, and we're not going to do any alternative routes. No Cart Sound Road, no cutting across the mangroves in Cart Sound Road and risking getting lost. We'll go through that blue wall. We're gonna be on IL by the time we're on opening day, just like Star Wars. Wait, he's on IL? I thought he came back. I thought I saw him play yesterday. I thought he was going to be on IL earlier in the spring training. Wait, really? Is he really on the IL? Oh man, that's a bummer. On his bobblehead day. I knew it. So here we are. Here's the tennis courts. We're just, marching along. That's a gut punch, though. That's Vaca Center. Scan the QR code. Oh, you know what I haven't done? And that's a good thing to make up some time. While I'm fresh, I'll bust out a co-route. Michelob Ultra sign. Plant. Curl. I think that's 13. 13's unlucky. Let me make sure to do another one so we don't sit on 13 for a while. Run past this first down marker. Plant. Curl. There, 14. Yeah. All right, we can sit on 14 for a little bit. You got to get around this car with his toe. He's not even in the car, so I think I'm safe to squeeze around. You know what? I'm just going to hurdle this guy's rail. And we're through. All this. There's some banks. There's Brutus Restaurant and Bar. Is that an Ohio State bar? Brutus the Buckeye? Yeah, that's Brutus right there. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour. Dinner 6 a.m., 9 p.m. That doesn't make any sense. Does that happy hour run from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. or does the dinner run from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.? There it is. There's Brutus. Okay, all right. We're getting close to the Marathon Airport. I remember walking this part last year in the wee hours of the darkness, lumbering in at 12:30 at night, coming all the way. We have to go to that same mile marker. We have to go to 81, but we got 2 days to get to mile marker 81. Last year we went from mile marker 81 to 51 in 1 day. Just marching along. Marching along Marathon. That's another one, SDI. $3.99 gas at the Valero. Not the cheapest I've seen, but at the same time, at least it doesn't have a 4 in front of it. But that Valero over there in the corner is $3.99 for gas. We won't get to mile marker 74 today. That's the famous Mobil. That's like the only gas station within 20 miles. And they do have great fried chicken. But the gas is usually like 50 cents more expensive than the other gas stations because it's like the only one for 20 miles. hoping to go pass through Robbie's tomorrow. I got my Robbie's shirt. I'll wear that tomorrow. The same one I got last year. And it's just nice and easy. Been at it for. I do see a mile marker. Yeah, I look at the clock. I'm like, it's 20 minutes. Where's the mile marker? Well, there it is. Jeff says, it's a good thing he's only doing $5 a curl and not $5 of marching along. Yeah, oh boy. There'd be like 70 marching alongs already. We're live. We're live in 3 places. We've been live in 3 places pretty much the whole time. There was, at some point late in, I think it was 2 nights ago, the Instagram feed stopped at after a couple hours. But I said I can't promise I'd be on there the whole time. YouTube and Twitch, I'll be live and will always be live. Instagram just thinks I'm cool sometimes. We have Ash Brute 286 joining, HML alumni joining. Hello. We're in the town of Marathon, and we're just coming up on mile marker 51. We've done a mile in about 21 minutes. Why hasn't my phone alerted me to record an outdoor walk? These steps aren't counting. Usually we're doing an outdoor walk to record it. Here we are, mile marker 51. I know at some point I'll be on a trail with trees on both sides. There it is, 51. Oh, yeah, we're at the airport, at the Marathon Airport. I don't know if you could fly commercial into the Marathon Airport. I think it's just for PJs, and it's really small planes. Not any plane I would get into. But yeah, we need Fins Up 876 to do the research on this on the Marathon Airport. That's where we are. And at some point we'll catch a trail, and the trail will take us all the way to Shipwrecks, where Shipwrecks is on mile marker 59. We ate there last year. And then after Shipwrecks, we'll be marching into Duck Key. And then there's no cart path on Duck Key, but it's not like there's a bridge either. Just have to walk on the side of the grass or whatever. And then Duck Key, I think there's another bridge. And then after Duck Key, after I get through that bridge, I go into the Long Key bridge that I believe takes you into Layton. And then from Layton, we go to Lower Matacumbe. And the Lower Matacumbe might be tomorrow. Then we'll pass through Robbie's, and we'll get to Isla Mirada by the end of the day tomorrow. We are marching away. Oh, that plane coming in hot. Coming from that way, must have come from Key West. One of these days, we'll find a way to get a more stable camera set up. I apologize. I am on my iPad. The wind is not bad today, but there are times today where it has been extra windy, especially on the bridge yesterday. That was intense. We were having conversations about paddleboarding, but if I know I will not. But paddleboarding would be harder. To paddleboard across that bridge would take much longer. And I don't know how I would be able to stream it. And no, it will not be paddleboard. But maybe one day they'll build a pedestrian bridge that we can walk to. At the same time, I get it. I'm the only one that would walk the 7 Mile Bridge. But maybe others, if there's a pedestrian fishing bridge, maybe others will walk. I mean, people do that on the old 7 Mile Bridge. There's fishermen all over the place. Why not on the new one? Here we are. We're walking through a marathon. We're not quite doing a marathon. And we've learned yesterday that this marathon, the city of Marathon does not run 26.2 miles. It runs 10 miles, which we had people telling us that that's a scam. It's not even a half marathon. And apparently it was named because people were working late into the night, and building stuff or whatever. And that's why they were putting marathon hours. So that's why they called it marathon. Marathon is also the home for many spam calls. We get, every time it says, Marathon, Florida on the caller ID, a lot of times it ends up being a spam call. So I remember last year, let's find the epicenter of these spam calls. We're chilling. Is this a path? Is this the alternate? Is this the path I need to get to where? Oh no, it takes you to the same place, basically. Oh. Marching along. Oh, there's another one. This trail. I don't want to miss the trail. It's a nice, convenient trail. It has trees on both sides. I think this is it right here. Coming up. There's an ambulance coming through. There was one coming through the 7 Mile Bridge, but it was coming in the opposite direction, and it had no cars in front of it. But I do wonder what would have happened if there was an ambulance coming in my direction, and these cars all had to pull off to the side to let this ambulance pass. I don't know what I would have done. How many miles today? We got to do at least 15 SDI, but hopefully, maybe if we're feeling all right, we're going to try to do 20. We're going to try to do 20 miles today. That puts us at mile marker 70, or maybe even do 71. We did 21 miles on Thursday. We did a short day today. Maybe we could do 21 miles today and then a short day tomorrow. I like the long day, short day combo. It's almost like a short day builds in a thing. It's almost like a 10-mile day is almost like a rest day. But if I do the 20 miles today, and I think I can, it's going to be mostly easy. Mostly convenient walking path. Who's driving me back to Key West? Nobody's driving me back to Key West tomorrow for the game. Nobody's driving me back. I want to do a long day today. And then maybe watch a little bit of the game. But if I do it right, maybe watch the game. Maybe I can watch a little bit of the game at Robbie's. At Robbie's tomorrow at 12:10. If I do it right. No, nobody's driving me back to Key West. I did not drive to Key Nobody drove me to Key West last night to watch the game. I watched the game. I watched the game in the room on a TV. I did watch the whole game, I will admit, but I still slept pretty good. Maybe that did not contribute to the late start. Feet on the street. I think the Canes could beat Purdue, if I'm being honest. Whoa. See it take off? Oh, I thought we were going to see it take off. Is this the path? That might be the trail right there. But that might just be for the airport only. I think we could play it safe. Play it safe and stay here. It's still a breezy cart path. At some point we will catch the trail. Even have to climb through bushes to get on the trail. I will do it. We don't have time to drive to get Key West. Yeah, we got to be at Isla Mirada tomorrow night. We have to be at 80. We have to be at mile marker 81. And so we got 30 miles to go between today and tomorrow. That's the map. And maybe the lunch break will be the Canes. Maybe the Canes break for lunch at noon tomorrow. I was hoping the game would be a night game. I thought for sure. I didn't think that Purdue and Miami would warrant the national TV window, but that's because of Kentucky. As they play, Kentucky's also playing, and they play on the same court, so they have to have those games back to back. And so they wanted to make sure they get Kentucky on the national window. If Santa Clara had won yesterday, maybe things would be different. Santa Clara almost should, probably should have won. It was a miracle shot that Kentucky hit before overtime. Crazy game. That's the game of the tournament. That and the High Point game. Yeah. And I watched the finish on the walk both times. By overtime yesterday I was done walking, but the thrilling finish of regulation, I was finishing up the walk. We're marching along. Wow, that is shaky. Just watching the replay. It's man. I can see why people are upset. I'll try to keep it stable. Marching along, you know what? Let me try this. Let's see if this works. I caught it. Sorry, I'm wearing a bunch of cables and wires everywhere. So I'm going to have to move things around. How's that? As long as I'm walking, it's going to be. Marching along is another one. Trying to get to mile marker 52. We're at the Marathon Airport. We're just grooving. We got a good groove going. I don't think I'm going to take a break. I have some snack bars in my bag. That might be lunch. I want to keep it moving today. Keep it moving. And we're just trying to get to the ballpark by opening night this Friday. Hopefully get a bobblehead. I know SDI, you want me to make sure to score you one. Planes coming in. This is good for when I scrub through the promo. When I scrub through the footage and I see airplanes, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the Marathon Airport. I think it's the only really airport we're going to pass. Because the Key West Airport, I think we saw some planes coming in, but we weren't at the Key West Airport. pretty far from US 1, even though we were far from US 1, but we were on the other side of the Key West Airport. Just going a nice little stroll. Seaward landing. Just marching down the airport. Yep, that trail does curve. I thought that there was a trail next to me. I thought maybe that's the trail I needed to be on, but no. That curls back to the airport. I'm on the right trail. I'm gonna stay here. Larry Bird Duncan comments on Twitch. ARTD, that's my whole name. Robbie the Degenerate. Hope all is well, big dog. Yeah, I went on the radio. I went on with Tobin and Leroy the other day, and Tobin still knows me as Robbie the Degenerate. And then my girlfriend Linda, who happens to be spotty today, she heard that and she goes, "Robbie the Degenerate, what's that? Why are they calling you the Degenerate?" And she hadn't been briefed on my old life. It was kind of funny. But, now you executive produce a bird show, right? Yeah, I guess sort of. Yeah, we have seen some birds here today on this adventure. We saw a key deer. That was on Thursday. Saw a key deer. That was the first time I've seen a key deer walking or driving up and down Big Pine Key. I saw a little key deer. That's about that and birds. It's about the wildlife we see. I did see a turtle briefly yesterday. Couldn't get close enough to capture it. But we were at the turtle hospital. There was a family walking out with a turtle. I have not seen any coyotes. I don't think the coyotes have made their way down to the Keys. I know they're all the rage in South Florida and Miami. They're running rampant all through Miami. But I have not seen any coyotes here. And it doesn't matter day or night. There's always coyotes. Larry Bird Duncan says, "This Jaylen Waddle trade had me reminiscing on what we actually got to pass on Chase." Oh yeah. Well, look, they were able to get some value back for Waddle, even despite his contract. And so, it's the right move for the rebuild. They got to shed some cap. They have a lot of dead cap on play. I think it's like the top 5 cap guys or guys not on the team. They're eating up the most cap, so they had to get at least value back for one of those guys. But 2020 out of the 2020 and 2021 drafts, I think the only one who's still around is Austin Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. Because he had Tua, he had Noah Igbenogany, and then the next year you had Waddle and Jalen Phillips. And you also had Austin Jackson in 2020. So out of those 5 first-round picks, the only one that's still around is Austin Jackson. That's true. Let's lose for the next 2 years of rebuild, but they're not trying to lose for the next 2. They gave a big commitment to Malik Willis. So, they can still draft a quarterback, but I guess for 2 years it can't really hurt. He can still start the next year even with the new quarterback. Well, here we're walking for the South Florida Autism Charter Center. We're walking along, working our way towards Lone Depot Park. We're at the Marathon Airport. There's a rental car terminal for said airport. It's always fun drafting 11th and getting a random guard from Larry Bird Duncan on Twitch. Peter Mert, what's up? He's joining on the Instagram. Ecamp CPF also there. Hello, Ecamp CPF. I believe we'll see Ecamp CPF takes spot tomorrow and Monday morning. We're just chilling, marching along Marathon. We're trying to log a long day today while I'm fresh after yesterday's short day. Now we're here. We're just marching along the marathon by the airport. We're going to catch a nice trail. That's going to be trees on both sides. And we're just going to hug that trail that trail runs a good probably 6 miles. It spits out near Shipwrecks, which is on mile marker 59. And then we'll be approaching Duck Key. I got to run. Good luck, buddy. Thank you, Larry Bird Duncan. Thank you. Florida Keys Marathon International Airport. That's where we are. Right there. In case anyone's wondering. Marching along. You got airports to the left, boats to the right, trail in the middle. Here we are, just on a nice cruise. Should be pretty stress-free today. Oh yeah, mile marker. Don't mind if I do. I see a 52. That means we started at 10:05. We're looking at 42 minutes to do 2 miles. It's 21 minutes a mile, a little slower than I would like to, I'll admit. I can pick it up just a little bit. There's 52. About to get another mile marker. We'll just march along this convenient cart path. Oh, helicopter. The day has really gone quite nice. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Here it is. There's 52 to the right. I see the mic. On the other side of the street, I see the 52. I'll get up close. Oh, Tesla charging station. For those interested, if you have the ability, and you don't want to pay the outrageous gas, if you don't want to pay the outrageous gas prices, there's a Tesla charging station right here at the Marathon Airport. In case anyone's coming down here in a Tesla. There is mile marker 52. Although this 52 looks kind of beat up. There's it's like peeling off and whatnot. So it's there it is. Somebody would like this 52. When we were at mile marker 19, there was a miss. It was stolen on one side of the road. The side we were on, somebody had taken the decal off of the pole of mile marker 19, so I just showed an empty pole. Courtney Fallon is joining in. Hello, Courtney. Thank you for coming. Patricia Matar. watching on the IG. Thank you all for joining, and we appreciate all those who've donated along the way. Last I checked, we were knocking on the door of $4,000 on donations. We did almost $18,000 last year in a week's time. And there's my spotter over there. Hey, baby. Oh, all the kids. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? Everyone's there. Everyone's there. That's my spot team. And we don't just have one spotter. We have like 4 or 5. No, I'm good. I'm good on water. I'm good. All right, we'll do. All right. Good spotting. Good spotting there. But here we are, marching along. Jeff Iota, 32, joining in. The Sal Group, also joining in on the IG. Hello. We're just marching along a nice Saturday morning stroll in Marathon. We've done 2 miles. We're hoping to do at least 13 more. Maybe if we're feeling all right, we do 19 to 20 more. Maybe we can get to mile marker 70. We're marching along, just chilling. Got some law offices over there, Arctic Temp over there. We're gonna catch a nice trail. This trail to be nice and calm, just like it was when we were at Cujo. We were walking through old US 1 on the side, and it was just like its own private trail. You couldn't even see, couldn't even hear the cars passing by. That's how nice it was. Some more airplanes, some more vintage planes. I can't get any one of those, no way. No way, I can't get any one of those. I'd rather walk. I will. That's exactly what we're doing. We got a shade over 100 miles to go on the entire endeavor. And we're just, marching along the city of Marathon. What is that? I don't know what that building is. It just looks like it just says City of Marathon. It doesn't say anything else. Probably some government building. So some of you are waking up right now after a late night last night from watching the Canes win. Game ended shortly after midnight. It was a Friday night, and if you didn't have to, if you didn't have to get up early, although at our age, as some of us old folk, we wake up early no matter what. There is no sleeping in for us. We wake up at the same time regardless. And so, but if you stayed up and watched the Canes game last night, you're probably just waking up right now watching the stream. Or if you went to sleep early and it was way too past your bedtime, very understandable, and you don't know what happened. The Canes won. They gritted out a nice win on the road in the first round of the tournament, and they play Purdue tomorrow at 12:10. All right, I think we're getting closer and closer to the trail. Thank you, Good Sal Group, for that flex emoji. Key Vodka Center. Oh, there's a Marathon Seafood Festival, the original Marathon Seafood Festival, but it doesn't say the dates. So I'll just have to sit around and find out when and wait for the festival to start if you wanted to go to that. I have no idea when it is. I just know there's the original Marathon Seafood Festival. Does it say the dates on this side? Nope, it does not. So if you're interested in going to that, We are marching along. We're about to hit the trail, the secret private trail, long marathon. Just, casual stroll. There's a supervisor of election over here at the Kivaka Center. Is that a Denny's? Oh no, it's just another diner. It looked like a Denny's though. And we're just keeping pace. We've been at it for 50 minutes. So that means in the next 10 or so minutes, we'll catch another mile marker if we pace it right. Feeling good. Feeling all right. Nice day of. It was intense yesterday. For those of you who didn't watch, we crossed the 7-mile bridge. It was very nerve-wracking. I will say it was windy the whole time. I was literally holding on to this hat. I kept trying to fly off. But there was a coyote. We almost lost it a couple times, but I did have my jacket on, my windbreaker, and I was able to catch it. But it was windy, unlike last year when we got through that bridge. It was nice and calm, and it was a perfect day. And I feel like there were some more big cars coming through than last year. That was a little sketchy, especially the ones that were towing. So, but we made it through. The heart rate was very high. That was for sure. Piratas, BS NPR also is on the IG. Hello, Piratas. I lost my tab. Here we are, cruising away. There you go. I got my tab. All right. City Marathon Maintenance Facility. Oh, another the Monroe County Sheriff's Office over here. Always document where I'm at. We got a slew of street lights. But once we leave Marathon, the street lights will be very few. You may not see a street light again until Isla Mirada once we leave Marathon. Again, you can scan the QR code in the upper right corner. If you wanted to donate, we're marching away to raise money for the South Florida Autism Charter School. They started the walk with us. They had a bus go all the way down to Key West from the school, which is further away than where I'm walking to. I'm walking to the ballpark, Lone Depot Park. Their school is way up in Hialeah, way deep north Hialeah. And they took the bus from down there, and they went all the way to Key. The bus didn't even take them all the way there. The bus only took them to like 2 or 3. They still had to walk like 2 miles to get to the southernmost point. And then, because the bus was too big, it couldn't get to where they needed to get to. So they had to, so these students, faculty had to walk with a bunch of kids and adults with autism, and they walked. They were walking with them in a herd for 2+ miles just to see me at the southernmost point, which was relocated. The original southernmost point on Whitehead Street was moved. It was under construction. They moved it. Like, you can't move. I mean, it is or it isn't the southernmost point. You can't. Well, no matter where you put that thimble, it's not going to be The southernmost point is the southernmost point. Can't move geography. But it was under construction. There was, I think there was pieces of wood and barricade all over the original one, and I think they built a replica on the beach at the end of Duval Street. And so that's where there was still a long line. The people didn't care, but that's not where the original one is supposed to be, or if it's even a real one. The line was still out the door, and as soon as the SFAX crew came, we bum rushed the line. We cut. We had no choice. We had to cut the line. They were on a tight schedule, and they came all the way down there, and they had to walk a couple miles to see me. So we're like, hey, we need to get in. We got in. We got the picture, and then we had our marking point to start from, and then we started walking. And we had to walk to the bus stop, which was way off of US 1. It added like 2 miles to the trip, but it was totally worth it. I'm glad they came, and thank you to them for coming. And we interviewed the principal, Dr. Moody, and she told us about the new center, and they can take kids as young as 6 months, and they have an adult program too. My brother is Michael. He's in the adult program, 33 years old, and he's been at the school pretty much since day one. Bella Menendez says, my dad says, whatever you do, don't stop at the Chicken Kitchen. All right, we won't stop at the Chicken Kitchen. I promise. We're gonna keep the stops to a minimum today. Maybe a quick bar, and that's it. That is it. Yeah, so I'll make sure. I have it written down. In fact, I'm gonna get my legal pad and write that down. No stopping at Chicken Kitchen. There's JJ's Doghouse. There's LJ's Cafe. At JJ's Doghouse. With my girlfriend being down here to spot me, it feels like I am not in the doghouse, which is good. Because if I was, I don't think she'd be coming down here. But Specialty Hardware. He says bad chicken. It's in there. It's in there. Discount dive gear. So Walgreens. Eric and MIA joining on the IG. Driftwood Pizza. Parking and seafood. Over to the right. We're on 109th Street. I feel like we're on 50th Street when we started. The streets are all weird here in Marathon. They have their own grid that they don't correlate with the mile markers. Oh, there's a greenhouse. There's a Beals. Oh, it's a classic car. Hope that guy doesn't think I was weird. I was just interested in the car. It's a vintage Ford. And we're just marching along. It's nice and easy. A nice, lovely day. Walking on this path, on this adjacent cart path, sidewalk. I call it a cart path because it looks more like a cart path on the golf course than it does a sidewalk. I mean, this one kind of looks more like a sidewalk than the ones we've been going on. We actually have crosswalk signs and everything. Usually don't see that too much in the Keys. And yes, I know that was red and I just bull rushed right through. I know. But it's a Dollar Tree here. If you're looking for some deals, especially on the Keys. You can't, hard to find deals in the Keys. But there is a Dollar Tree here in case, anyone needs a good thrift. There's a Beals and a Dollar Tree. King Seafood to the right. Doc's Tattoos. There is some a gas station, but it looks like the regular price is blocked off. I see a 439, but that's probably premium. But I think maybe they're adjusting it. Maybe they got to put new numbers up. Maybe there was a change in gas price. It's like a stock price change or a line movement. But Keys Car Wash, a lot of businesses here. But Jeff Green with some good insight. Says they have the frozen lemonade there for $1.25. Well, that's good to know. See? Where else are you going to get frozen lemonade for $1.25 other than probably right here? At the top. You know what to tell my girlfriend? She brought her kids. If they want some frozen lemonades, right there, $1.25. It's 11:07. Get a nice groove on. Working our way towards mile marker 53. And I think we should be catching the trail. Ballpark prices are at least $7.25. Exactly. Yeah. Maybe I should get one of those frozen lemonades, throw it in the cooler, and just get a bunch of frozen lemonades, throw it in the cooler, keep it frozen for the next, next 6 days, and then you can have frozen lemonades out at the ballpark. There's a Circle K, $3.93. That may be the best you're gonna do in the Keys, because once you leave Marathon, you won't see a gas station until mile marker 74. That Mobile, that's like the only one for 20 miles. That's like the only one for 20 plus miles. So you're going along. If you're stuck, if you need gas and you're somewhere around here, I don't think you're gonna do better than $3.93 in the Keys. I mean, that's probably what it is in Florida City. Are we there yet? No, Platinum Swords. We are not at the ballpark yet. We still got 6 full days of walking before we get to the ballpark on Friday night. We're not there. There is that Circle K, $3.93. There's the Circle K. Nice, looks like a nicer Circle K than one of the other Circle Ks I've seen. Centennial Bank. There's a Lalo's bar and restaurant. Is that Lalo Salamanca? But there is a Lalo's bar and restaurant over here. The Two Conks. There to the right. I think I'll let this guy turn. So let me go. All right, thank you. Thank you for letting me go. The Town Square Mall. Starting to look a lot like Miami. Keys Animal Hospital. Not far from the Turtle Hospital that we were yesterday. That we saw yesterday. And for every other animal, there's here the Keys Animal Hospital. Yeah, there it is, the Two Conks Marina. Trying to work our way towards mile marker 53. And I see mile marker 53. 11:11. So that's looking like an hour and 6 minutes to do 3 miles. Ugh. Could be better, but could be a lot worse too. Just gonna keep powering along. We got to do at least 13 more miles. There it is, mile marker 53 to the right. And to the right is also Marathon Lady, party boat reef fishing. In case anyone wants to do that. Platinum Swords says, good luck, take care, appreciate it, Swords. We're marching along. There's the Marathon Plaza. And a Banana Fishing Charters. Shouting everybody out along the Keys. Never know. They might help us one day. And here it is, mile marker 53. There it is. 53, baby. 3 miles down. At least 12 more we got to do. Well, we're feeling all right, feeling good. 11:13. Just marching along. We'll soon catch this trail, this secret pathway trail. There's the Vaca Cut that we're about to get over. Aquarium Encounters over here. There's this giant shark. Wow, interactive touch tanks. You can go and touch the sharks. Oh, I think that's a good idea. You're gonna hand feed the sharks. It does seem kind of cool if it wasn't so dangerous. I think I'd rather take my chances with a 7-mile bridge than hand feed sharks. Just casual march. Feeling good. Feeling all right. I like the groove. I like my groove that I'm at. Wish I could probably pick up the pace a little bit. little channel right here. Some motors passing along. Well, it's all right. We are on a bridge, but as you can see, there's barricade protection. It's almost like the Key Biscayne Bridge. Except the Key Biscayne Bridge has barricade and they have another green lane for bicycles. I'd rather bike on the other side than bike on that. Scott Patrick's Strength just joined in the ID. Scott Patrick. Cruising along Marathon. Oh, some people fishing over here. Oh, I may have caught something. How you doing? Just gonna catch something. False alarm. We've only seen a couple catches. Along. This guy's got a buck uphill. Whoops. Fat fingers. There's 120th Street. Catholic Church over here. Scan the QR code in the upper right corner. That's how you can donate to the South Florida Autism Charter School. I may need to reapply the sunscreen. I don't know how long this lasts. But I do have a sunscreen, armed with sunscreen, like the previous days. There's a Martin Luther Chapel. There's 121st Street. Some law offices over there. The Tire Kingdom. Jim Day Apparel joined. There's a sign that has, we're 15 miles away from Layton, We're 28 miles away from Isla Mirada and 103 miles from Miami. We just passed mile marker 53. So yeah, that's about right. We have 103, 105 miles to go, an extra couple miles to get to the ballpark. So if we do it right, we might be able to get to Layton today. Big Bite Burger House. That looks good. Yeah. Working our way towards mile marker 54. Motorcycles, army of them. No, I will not ask them for a ride. More bait and tackle. Off the hook, bait and tackle. Coral Lagoon Boathouse Marina. Sailor's Dog Spa. Thank you all those watching on Instagram, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Thank you. At 6 days. Did one of the hardest days yesterday. Oh. All right. Just back to marching along. There's a Circle K and a Mobile right next to each other. long. Bonefish Bay, RV sites, motel. There's a mobile that's $3.90 something for gas. You can only see a 3 and a 9. $11.28. There's a Fairfield over there. City of Key Colony Beach. Some acupuncture. I'm gonna send a text. Fairfield. A nice little dock over here. K Hayes. 060990. All right, we didn't know any better. That sounds like your birthday. Let's go. He says, let's go, Rob. What's up, K Hayes? Just marching along marathon. All right, I think I got to get to that trail at some point. Marching along, trying to get to mile marker 54 for right now. And we'll see how much we end up doing today. I would like to get at least 65 minimum. 66 minimum. Maybe get into the 70s. Just keep walking. We're not going to take a long break today. I have bars in my bag. Oh, the Island Fish Company. That's where we are. Island Fish Company restaurant and tiki bar. This place has breakfast, 8 to 11 a.m. RVs and trailers, no room to turn around or park. It's good to know for the future. So don't put your RV here. So you can't park it, and you can't turn around. There we are, the Island Fish Company. Fred's Pets. Just going on a nice cruise. We're on the bike lane. City of Marathon Quay boat ramp. Getting closer and closer to the train. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hampton Inn. Should be getting closer to mile marker 54. Just marching along. There's a Chevron. There's the Chevron. Harry Sigma joins. Linda Hayes, 88. Eric E. Sunderland also joining on the EOG. Hello, everybody. We're marching along marathon. Marching along. Got good battery. It's 11:39. Basketball still won't tip off for another 30 or 40 minutes. But we're just marching along every mile. Every mile we're walking goes towards the South Florida Autism Charter School. And we're knocking on the door of $4,000. Thank all of you who donated. $391? That might be your new winner. Or did we see one in the 380s earlier? Well, here's $391 at the Chevron here on Coco Plum Drive in Marathon. Somewhere between mile marker 53 and mile marker 54. But yeah, over there at that Chevron, it's $391. That might be the best you're going to be able to do with the Keys. Everybody watching the stream. You got it live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. And we're live on Instagram. There's Driftwood Marina and Storage. And now I think I can see the trail where this cart path sidewalk becomes like a private trail. And I think we just go that. We can hug that for several miles. We might. Oh, all right. No worries. How you doing? I'm used to that. That's why I don't ride bike. There's always too many obstacles in the way, too many annoying walkers getting in the way on the sidewalk. So, and random poles everywhere, rocks. Now, here's a good bike trail. But on US 1 in Miami, it's just the sidewalks right next to the road. You run over one rock and you're tumbling over. Thank you all who've donated on the way as we march along to raise money. The South Florida Autism Charter School. Every mile walk toward them. That's what we're doing. We're trying to get all the way to the ballpark by opening night next Sunday. This Friday night. I don't know why I said next Sunday. This Friday night before 7:10. First pitch. Marching along marathon. Coming across this quaint trail. A nice easy stroll till we get somewhere in the that'll take us to the upper 50s. And then we cross into Duck Key, which is like a mile marker 61. And then another bridge there, and then I believe it's the Long Key Bridge that takes us from through Long Key and Layton. We'll see where we end up finishing today as we're marching along. Jeff Green says, too bad y'all don't open with us. I could be driving down, walking up to meet up with the show. Yeah, we do not open up with Jeff Green's Atlanta Braves. And yeah, you could you'll be able to do the final march to the ballpark. Yeah, we could all meet in the ballpark. You driving, or me walking. No, maybe that's how we're doing this every year. Maybe there'll be a year where we can get it to work, or we can line up. Maybe I'll do a walk to Atlanta one year, Jeff. I jokingly thought about it. The Final Four in 2031 is in Atlanta. I was like, oh, that could be a walk, but that would take a solid month. Here we are, catching this nice little lovely day of marathon. My phone is not recording the outdoor walk. This is almost all going to waste. 69 degrees, mostly sunny, pretty clear skies, not a lot of wind. It'll be after April 15th for me to be out of town. Taxed it. Yeah. Here we are. Just marching along. Maybe after the lockout, next season starts late. That's what Jeff Green would say. Yeah, maybe we got to make a push to the labor and the union and the owners to push the lockout so that we can time the walk right for opening day. And we're just marching along. Marching there. YouTube, on Twitch, and on Instagram. Thank you all those who are watching. You know, Jeff, there's a lot of room here. It's nice. It's a nice path. I see a rock right there. I see a nice straightaway path. Let me check for cyclists. No cyclists nearby. 14, I think, 15 by 5, I think it's better. 15 is a better number than 14. So let me see if I do a curl route right here. Run the curl route. Get to the rock. Always got to get to the rock. Stop. plant. Here, hurrah, there you go, 15. Huh. Here we go. There's a yellow decal, and now I think we're marching along the trail. We are on the nice trail. It's gonna be a patch where there's just trees on both sides, and we're nice. And it's just gonna be a nice, easy, quaint stroll, kind of like the other day marching through Old US 1 on Cujo. There's a cyclist over there coming, but I see him miles away. He doesn't have to honk his horn and say, on your left. I see him. He is on my left, coming in the other direction. Don't have to worry about it. Here we are, Marathon, marching along as at 100 times. We started in Key West, went from Key West, the southernmost point, all the way to Sugarloaf, Lower Sugarloaf, mile marker 17. And then the next day we went from Lower Sugarloaf, mile marker 17, all the way to Ohio Key on mile marker 38, which took us on the doorstep. On yesterday, it took us 2 miles from the start of the 7-mile bridge, which we then crossed the 7-mile bridge into Marathon. And today we left today we started the day in Marathon, and we're strolling along, trying to get to, we're in the middle of the Keys, pretty much right dab in the middle. From 0 to 107 is the Keys. We're in between 53 and 54, so I think it's the exact dead middle of the Keys. And we're working our way towards the Long Key and Layton and maybe even scratch the surface of Lower Matacumba. Jorge Hidon 797 asked if Duke due for an upset today. Well, I think they got scared. They got scared on Thursday against Siena, and I think I saw something that even one of the players admitted that they thought the game would be a cakewalk, and they were down most of the game. They were down by 13 at halftime. I think they got a wake up call, and I don't think they're going to be screwing around against TCU. So I say no. If they didn't get scared, if their first game was indeed a cakewalk, then they could be due. But they got a nice wake up call the other day, almost losing to Siena as a massive 30-point favorite. So no, I said, who do I got winning it all? Well, when I filled out my bracket, I think I picked Gonzaga to win it all, which I'm in a couple pools, and I am the only one with Gonzaga. But there'd be a scenario where I'd be very happy to be wrong, because if Gonzaga wins and then the Canes win tomorrow, then that would be the Sweet 16 matchup. And I would be very much rooting for the Canes to beat Gonzaga. And I'd be very happy about that. I didn't predetermine pick them. I just, I didn't have a team like, oh, that's the team I'm going to pick to win it all. I just worked the bracket, and it just happened. And I try to stay away from teams that everyone's going to pick, because even if you're right, which I know last year you had four number one seeds in the Final Four, and which doesn't really almost never happens. But even like people that have gotten that correct, and then they've gotten everything right, and they still didn't win their bracket pool because a lot of people had the same thing. So you're almost like drawing dead, even though you don't have any, even though you have all your teams remaining. So yeah, I thought Gonzaga was one of the better teams that I didn't think would get highly picked. Well, that probably missed. There were some other better teams that could have used that nobody else had picked. Figured Houston would have been popular. Florida would have been very popular. Duke, Arizona. I might have been able to get away with Michigan. Actually, Michigan was, there was a couple people that picked Michigan. Iowa State was another one that, a very good team that won't get picked a lot. That's another way it could have gone. What are the two? Purdue. But I picked the Canes to beat Purdue. I think the Canes could beat them. I have the Canes in the Sweet 16. So even though the Canes are playing a hostile road game yesterday, I felt like the Canes were well prepared. They have been playing tough road games all season, and so I felt very good about the Canes' chances. If it wasn't a road game, I think the Canes would have blown these guys out from the beginning. But the crowd just kept bringing them back into the game. Every basket was like a huge momentum boost. Like when they would get down by like 10 points, they hear a nice dunk or a three, and the crowd would rise to their feet and get them back, and then spark them for like 7 points. But I really think the Canes could beat Purdue tomorrow. Only 7.5-point underdogs. I feel like most of the Canes games have been close, whether they're big favorites or big underdogs, with the exception of the ACC semifinals against Virginia. But you saw Virginia was struggling a little bit yesterday. So I picked Gonzaga. Hope, if the Canes don't win, then that would be my team. I couldn't justify picking the Canes to win it all. It's too risky for a 7 seed. They could lose in the first 2 rounds. Well, when the Canes did make the Final Four in 2023, I did pick them to go to the Final Four. I didn't have them winning. Maybe I should have. Maybe they would have ended up winning. And I picked them to go to the Elite Eight the year before, and they did as a 10 seed. I'm like, oh man! And then if I had this much control, I should just pick them to win it all every year. Here we are on this trail, this breezy trail. There is a mile marker. I do see one. It might be too much of an effort to get a close-up shot. I'm pretty far away from the pole, and I don't think it's worth the steps. I don't know if it's worth the steps, but I can, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Does that say 55? I think we might have passed 54 and not even realize it. Or maybe we just got a bonus mile. I think that's 2 nickels. 55. It's like a power boost. Yeah, we've done 5 miles already in an hour. We started at 10:05. It's 11:50. We'll call it 11:55 for math purposes. In an hour and 50 minutes, we've done 5 miles. There it is, 55. Yeah, I'm not going to risk this burn steps to go horizontal, to go that far horizontal. But you can see there's 2 giant poles where the cars are coming through, and there's a mile marker on each side. It's going. There it is, 55. 55. Now, I don't know when I'll be able to see the next mile marker. Probably like 57, 58 before shipwrecks. Let's see if I can get a decent shot of 55. There it is. You can kind of see it. Get a little closer for the verts. 55. You can see that all right. 55. All right, we're 55. We'll do a battery swap. I have my batteries. All right. Nah. Sorry, I'm just doing a battery swap. One man. Got this solar battery charger. Plugging it in. I've been walking off of 2 of these. And now I'm my new spotter, my lovely girlfriend. She came and brought another one. She has the same one I have. And so now I have 3. I got 3 battery packs to swap out from. And these 2 are solar. They'll take charge from the sun. Now the sun's a little slower than charging it up through a cable, but hold on, just gotta get my backpack on. So a brief reset. All right. Here's me. I'm trying to get my best looking at the camera shot. There's me. Now, walking along. Marathon. That's the goal, to get to the ballpark, scan the QR code on the top right corner. And that's how you donate. I think that's my first headshot of me saying that. I've always said that with the camera facing the other direction. But yeah, donate. We're marching along to the South Florida Autism Charter School. And every mile we walk, it's for them. They came on Wednesday when we first started Key West. They bust them down. They walked a couple miles and they were on their way, and they even stopped at Robbie's appropriately on the way back. Not so much, but yeah. Yeah, we're just marching along here. There's me, wellness check. I would do it horizontal and do full screen of me more often, but my face just looks weird trying to look at the camera. So we're back marching along. Just past mile marker 55 on this nice little trail. And we're gonna try. Now we're halfway through the 50s. We will try to get as deep into the 60s as we possibly can by the end of the day. Maybe, just maybe we can get to mile marker 70. Hi. Sorry, just buckling something. It's 12:03. Basketball gets started underway in 12 minutes. I think the first game is Michigan and St. Louis. St. Louis put a whooping on Georgia the first time. They got a guy. They got Robbie Avila. Robbie's doing it big. He started Indiana State, and then he worked his way, transferred to St. Louis, and he's all the rage. Got the glasses and everything. He's got some cool nicknames. And that's what's going on. That's what's going on at 12, and then some more games along the way. We're just cruising. Everything's easy. Marching along the cart path. That's what we do. 12:05. Oh. Check my phone quick. Sending a text. Appreciate all the comments and the viewers along the way. We're just walking along this marathon trail. Nice amount of gap between US 1 and sidewalk. Nowhere near. Not quite like old US 1, or like you couldn't even see the cars. But in fact, my uncle made a comment yesterday when we were walking through the Spanish Harbor. Spanish Harbor had a parallel fishing bridge next to their bridge. It was a nice long bridge that I was conveniently walking on, and there was concerns. Wait, why wasn't someone? There was rumblings that I was walking across a dangerous bridge, and like the car would have to drive off a ramp and go Evel Knievel into the other bridge. That's how far away that bridge was from the other bridge. So for the most part, been pretty safe, except for maybe yesterday. Walking across the good old 7-mile bridge. It's a great bridge. Just wish it was safer to walk on. And even driving on, that's not safe, really all that safe to driving on, especially if you're trying to pass and there's cars coming the other direction. I can't believe some of these crazy stuff that people were doing. Just marching along. These people walk in this direction. I wonder if they're walking to Key West. That's what I was doing last year. How you doing? Well, we've done 5 miles. Done 5 miles, a little bit more than 5 miles, and a little bit more than 2 hours. It's about 2.5 miles an hour. Sounds about right. But I could do. I was definitely doing 3 miles an hour on that bridge yesterday. I was like, ooh, I was so locked in. I did sneak a couple curve routes on that bridge. And one of the curve routes, I turned around in the car, and there was a car trying to pass. I'm like, whoa. Here we are, marching along. We're on Grassy Key. There it is, the signs for the trail. Little bench over here. The Heritage Trail on Grassy Key. Fins Up would love Fins Up 876. It'll be all about the research here. Yeah, here we are. This has all the stuff that he would look up, all the information. But that's where we are. The Grassy Key Heritage Trail. So now we are on the trail. We are on the trail. Trees on both sides. Oh, there's some critters running around. It's probably an iguana. There ain't going to be deer anymore. There ain't going to be a key deer. We're way past the key deer habitat. Curry Hammock State Park Nature Trail. If you really wanted a detour, you could go there. was to come. Now it's just everything's nice. I mean, nice and peaceful for a little bit. I believe until the 50, right before 59, between 57 and 59. I won't see any mile markers throughout this trail, so it'll be a boost whenever we get past this trail. I remember this trail from last year very well. It was much darker and spooky, and it was a little spooky. I had my head, like I feel like I heard noises. I heard people. I heard people over there or whatever. Like I don't know. It was very sketchy, I will just say the least. We're marching along down Marathon. Just marching along. Marching along. I think we might be officially leaving Marathon and into Grassy Key. And then when we get through that, we get into Duck Key. We're just marching along. Phone. Just checking my phone, something. How's it going? Hoo-wee. This is so much nicer than last year, walking in the dark. This trail goes for a little bit. Nice. Now, you didn't have the ocean. We didn't have the Gulf on this side like we did in Cujo on old US 1. But it's still nice. We're just marching along. We've passed mile marker 55. That's all I can tell you, as I'm not going to be able to see a mile marker as long as I'm on this trail. I don't mind that. I don't mind that the trail goes long and then poof, magic. We've boosted a few miles. Ooh, this red water. There's some water over there. You can see. Work our way through the bushes. You can see the water over there. Oh, spider. Make sure not to get cobwebbed. That's a pretty big cobweb right there. Way up there. Oh, that's a big spider. Let me accelerate a little bit. I don't want him to hop on me. It's a power walking. You know what? We gotta do a trail crow route. This is nice and private. Bust out a crow route. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good. Plant, cut, 16. And 12-18. Basketball's underway. Michigan, St. Louis. See. Just watching along. Just a nice, lovely 69 degrees and mostly sunny on this nice trail, Marathon. Went from Marathon to Grassy Key. We'll pass shipwrecks. And then once we get to Duck Key, there's no trail. But there's no bridge. It's not a bridge either. It's just walking on, grass on the side of the road. Then I believe there's a short bridge, and then there's the Long Key Bridge right after that. And more or less right around there is where we may call it. Louie Lolly Sophie. Is it very hot today? She's on YouTube. All right, her and the twins. It isn't. It's 69 degrees. I wouldn't say it's very hot, but it is bright and sunny out. I do have sunscreen. I did deploy it between the first time today. For the first time on this journey, I deployed sunscreen. I should have had it on earlier. But I do have sunscreen, and I have some in my bag, and I have the sunscreen with me in my bag. And so if I need to redeploy, I will redeploy. But the day is quite lovely. It's just a casual stroll down the Grassy Key Heritage Trail. Yeah, I've had to guess Dolphins fins up 876. I guess he was today's Saturday. He's not working, so he's not at the computer doing research. So I think he was researching, watching the stream while he was at work the past couple of days. We thank him for doing that. But Saturday, yeah, he put in some work the past couple of days, just as much as I did, just doing all that research and providing us with facts about the history of the Florida Keys. Good, because the sun is very strong today. Yeah, I don't know what the weather is down like in Miami. Has it stopped raining? Because, everyone was concerned about the weather. It would rain for 3 straight days or so when I left on Wednesday. And it was gloomy, overcast all the way down. And then we walked, the first day was kind of overcast from Key West to Sugarloaf. Thank you, Louie and the twins. Saying I've been doing great. Thank you. We're 55 plus miles in. It might be 56. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure because I can't see at the mile mark. Because I don't think we're realistically. I don't think we would be at mile marker 56 yet. Michigan's up 8 already on St. Louis. Don't mind blowouts. No, don't mind blowouts. I can keep walking. And then there'll be at least a half an hour before the next game starts because it'll be on the same court with Louisville and Michigan State. Another cyclist coming in. He's wearing his bright yellow. I could clearly see them. That's what I was doing yesterday. I have my bright yellow windbreaker if need be. $12.26. Just a nice casual stroll. Check and see. We have Aaron 715222 watching on the IG. Hello, Aaron. Thank you for watching in. And just that, it's pretty calm. If you're looking for something exciting and adventurous, I should tune in. Yesterday was the day for it to be exciting and nerve-wracking. But today is just quite boring, honestly. But I mean, boring is good. Boring is good. No stress, no cars, no bad weather. Boring, this is his best. This can't do much better boring than this. Just walking along this trail. US 1's over there. Got my own private trail. Oh, wait, hold on. This is somewhat of a mile marker. That's awesome. They got it written on the sidewalk. Mile marker 56. What's up? That's one way of doing it. Pretty awesome. Have it written out there. Mile marker 56. LSU Phil 1. Looks like it's more lovely weather. It is quite lovely. It's honestly been lovely since day one. Well, day one was just overcast and very windy. I lost my QR code. I had a QR code paper. I haven't had access to a printer yet. I should do that. I should print out a new QR code and tape it up there. Maybe we'll do it. But yeah, the days have been great. Just like last year when I came in this time, between the high 60s and low 70s pretty much the whole time. Yesterday it was just, the winds were strong yesterday on that bridge. It wasn't like that last year, but I mean, what are the odds of being able to walk through that bridge on 2 different days and have it be perfect both times? But today, as long as we're not, it's like these trees act as wind blockers. I notice, they're like an offensive line for wind. And when we go on the bridge, there's no protection, and the wind just comes right through. But as long as we have, tree protection, the wind doesn't come through. But it's quite lovely. Not a breath of wind. It doesn't even say windy on my watch. Like normal, like the past few days, it would say windy on the watch, but it says, I didn't even get the right angle. Mostly sunny. You could say, oh wow, I got it to focus. Mostly sunny at 69. Oh, now it's got to refocus. But let's see. Let's switch the camera around. All right. There's me. Come on, focus. Get back in focus. Oh, I think I threw off the lens. It got blurry when I put the watch. All right, let me get the watch out here. Come on. Adjust the focus. There you go. Oh, wow, magic. You gonna plan on taking an extended lunch break tomorrow to watch the Canes game, LSU Phil? Maybe. Well, let's just say I'm gonna do a lot of walking today, so that tomorrow could be a shorter day. I'll say that. I kind of want to cram 20 miles today, and maybe only do 10 miles tomorrow. Maybe because of that. I can't believe they got the high noon game. I thought that would be a night game, but they want to have Kentucky on the national window, and Kentucky is playing on the same court, so they have to play those games back to back. So that's why the Canes are playing at 12:10 tomorrow. But look, a lot of today's motivation may or may not have something to do with that. We're gonna get a lot. Let's just say we're gonna get a lot of walking done today. LSU Phil. Try to get as close. Maybe I time it right. We'll be at Robbie's by the time the Canes game starts. That's a mile marker 77.5. I have the shirt. It's like the almost appropriate halfway mark of the endeavor. But let's just say today is going to be a much shorter lunch break. Okay, I have snack bars. In my bag. I won't even stop. I'll just be a munch and go. But according to the graffiti on the street, we passed mile marker 56. I don't know if that's legit or not, but it was written on the sidewalk, so it's got to be true that we just passed mile marker 56. And I would like to push it as close to the 70 as we can, maybe even touch 70. At this pace, I will just keep walking. But it is quite lovely, LSU Phil. We've had great luck with the weather, both trips. And this year we planned it better so we don't have to do as many walking in the dark. Keep it at a minimum. We've had one day where it was really dark, and that was the first day when we were walking from Key West to Sugarloaf, 17 miles, and that was mostly due to the detour of walking to the bus stop, which is way out of the way of US 1. Whoa, St. Louis 27, Michigan 23. Michigan was up 8 a second ago. Oh, it's always the first game of the day has always been the crazy game that we have to monitor. It was the first day was the TCU Ohio State game, and then the 12-15 game yesterday was that crazy Santa Clara Kentucky game, And then today, we may have another barn burner with St. Louis and Michigan. 10 minutes left in the first half. All right. Keep me posted. There is only one game on right now, and there'll be pretty much one game until like 6 o'clock. But wow, that Robbie Avila must be balling up. He's got some cool nicknames. I don't know if I can say them, but yeah, he must be balling up. But yeah, wow. St. Louis now Michigan is up by 1. But that's pretty good. Looks like we have a good game. Well, Avila only has 3 points. But St. Louis put a whooping on Georgia, like an embarrassing Georgia for an 8-9 game. So you can LSU Phil says you can post them. Yeah, you can go ahead and post them. We're just marching along this trail, this Grassy Key Heritage Trail that connects Marathon to Grassy Key. And we've passed, according to the street, we passed mile marker 56. We're working our way to mile marker 57, ketchup. Oh, those of you that are old school, the old glass ketchup bottles, you'd have to punch the 57, with your bottom of the hand to get the ketchup out, or the catsup, as I like to say. And that's what it was originally called. It was originally called catsup. Yeah, cruising along this trail. Larry Nerd, that's right. That was one of them, Larry Nerd. And then there was the other one with Abdul Jabbar that I don't know if I could say. But yes, Larry Nerd. That's when he was at Avila was at Indiana State, and then he transferred to St. Louis. Ron Frames. Ron Frames. That's a good one. Yeah, but those know, Robbie Avila is this big, bulky guy with thick glasses, and he's out there balling up on the basketball court. Like he wouldn't. Total dad bod. But yet he's a big-time hooper. We're right alongside the ocean. All right, we'll play the rest of them. Wetland mitigation site. Do not enter. I won't. All right. I will not enter a wetland mitigation site. Right. I respect the rules. Like when they say do not pass, that means do not pass. Unlike these people on the 7 Mile Bridge yesterday trying to pass. No vehicles allowed, dumping, mowing, removal, destruction of any vegetation, whatever. Nice little bench there. I'll not need it. I'm just going to power along. I'll make sure when I do break, I got to make it count. Here we are. If you want to know where we are, we're at a wetland mitigation site. In case they don't have enough signs that say "Do not enter." Maybe they need to put more signs that say that do not enter. So, which is honestly tempting me to enter. Kind of want to see what all the rage is about, but I will not. I have a lot of walking to do. Here we are, just cruising up mile marker 56, working our way towards mile marker 57. It's 12:39. We've been at it since 10:05. Oh, more signs. It's a big wetland mitigation sign. This trail goes a pretty long way. I remember it very much last year. It's nice and quiet. It was nice to see the Canes win last night. Late at night, on the road. We're marching along the Grassy Key Heritage Trail. We've been at it for 56 miles since yesterday. Yesterday. We could not do 56 miles since yesterday. Since Wednesday afternoon, all the way from Key West, and we started with the South Florida Autism Charter School. The students and faculty and administrators all bust down all the way from North Hialeah. They bust all the way down to Key West. The bus couldn't even take them to the southernmost point. They walked a couple miles. We bum rushed the line at southernmost point, got the picture, and that was our starting point. And we onwards and outwards we were walking, and every dollar along the way goes. That's what we're doing this. We're walking all these miles. Got to get to Lone Depot Park by Friday before 7:10 first pitch. Thank you, LSU Phil. I will stay safe. I think it's gonna be an easy day to stay safe. We're just walking on a nice, quiet, easy trail. Very minimal danger. And so then we're doing it ever since. We are, oh my God, wow. We are up to $6,455 on the app. We had an anonymous donation of $2,500. So amazing. Thank you very much for that donation. Wow, what a that is great. That is fantastic. And so we're almost at $6,500 of our goal since we've been doing this. So thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, it's what a very nice gesture. We're marching along, and we thank them. And we're up to, goal is to 25,000 is the goal. We did almost 18,000 last year, and so we're doing pretty good. We're averaging more than that. So we thank you to the donors along the way. Got some cyclists coming our way. walked a good 6 miles. I don't know. I can't promise that mile marker 57 will be written out on the trail. Hey, morning. Is it morning? No, it's 12:45. We're deep into the afternoon. Nice and easy and breezy. Just chilling. Everything's easy and breezy. We've been at it for almost 3 hours. Got some bicyclists coming here. I can clearly see them. Howdy. It's nice and quaint. This is not going to be a marathon. Well, I guess it could be a marathon day. We're not going to do 26 miles. Nope. We did that last year. We did more than a marathon to marathon. We're not going to do 26 miles. Most we do is 21. 21 is the super max. Because that 70 mile marker, that bridge on mile marker 72 is a little hairy, and I don't want to do that in the dark. I could do that tomorrow. But other than that, it's mostly fishing bridges all the way to Robbie's. And then I know once we leave Robbie's, there's a small bridge that I have to walk through, and then a couple baby bridges in Isla Mirada. And then, once we get through Isla Mirada and Tavernier, then Key Largo is just pretty much all cart path. And then we get on the gauntlet of the stretch, of the 18-mile stretch, where there's no cart path, just grass and thick cut grass. And then once we get to Florida City, I think at that part of Florida City, there's no sidewalk. I remember I had to loop around Chrome last year. So we just got to loop around Chrome and then cut back to US 1. And then it's just sidewalk all the way. And then even till, and then, you know, then when we get to we can catch the underline too. Then we can get nice shaded cart path underneath the train, underneath the Metro Rail. The only nuisance is the train motoring through over our heads creates a very loud sound. I noticed that when I was doing practices for this walk. It was, you know, trying to do a walk and talk, and then you hear this giant train coming over our heads. And then we just walk, you know, and then we just walk down 17th Avenue, all sidewalk, all the way to the ballpark. Marching along, all for the cause. Every second. It's 12:50. Had a big breakfast, so I can hold off on deploying the snack. And Michigan's back up by 8. Sorry, that could be a cruiser before you know it. Dragonfly action. Oh, another mile marker. Oh, a written out mile marker. I'm trying to look through there and see if it matches with a mile marker that's actually aligned. Mile marker 57. There it is. Catsup. All right, we're almost at Shipwrecks. Shipwrecks like between 58 and 59. And then this trail will end. And then we'll be approaching Duck Key. Duck Key's mile marker 61. And then we'll just walk a couple bridges into Layton. Oh, all right. Bright yellow. Everything's nice and groovy. Vivial.1001, because it's a great day over a walk. Keep it up. That's what I plan on doing. As long as the day is like this, I'm going to keep walking. Do not want to waste this day. It's quite nice. I know yesterday we did stop early. We had a shorter day yesterday, but that's, a lot of the walking is based on where we have places to stay and try to stop, and where we would stay. And so, and I was kind of tired, even though I didn't do that many walking. The 7 Mile Bridge was intense. And then it's almost like my legs were like putting off their fatigue and their pain to get me through that walk. It's like, all right, I could put this aside. But just know, when we get to the other side of the bridge, I'm not gonna be able to work. So, yeah, the moment I got through, like and I calmed down and my nerves went away. My leg's like, all right, bro, I'm tired. I just cutting it out 3 more miles, and then here we are. We have passed mile marker 57, working our way towards mile 58, and I think that's the end of this trail. I think this trail ends somewhere at mile marker 58 or mile marker 59, because I know we got on this trail last year from Shipwrecks, and Shipwrecks is a mile marker 59. And so, just cruising along. Now there's literally not a cloud in the sky. It's as good as you're gonna get. Rest up when your body tells you. That's what I'll do. Well, but sometimes you have, like Mark Jackson once said, sometimes you got to tell your body, not now. I think that's what I did on the 7 Mile Bridge. I told my body, not now. My body's like, all right, let's get through the 7 Mile Bridge, and then now. Three-quarter, I don't know what that means. Three-quarter MCFA. I don't know what that line means, but it might be important. Beautiful. Lovely day. Lovely day to go for a nice walk. This is unlike yesterday. I mean, yesterday was a nice day, but it's very hairy and dangerous. This is just calm. I'm just chilling on the trail. And we thank you to all those who donated. And we had a nice, generous donation earlier that put us over $6,000 so far raised since we began this journey. Oh, wow. This is a good day. All the clouds are coming. A lack of words. I'm almost speechless. Just says how great the day is. 70 degrees. It's sunny. You can't ask for anything more. We're working our way towards mile marker 58. Just checking my battery. Crossing this trail. This trail should go all the way to where Shipwrecks is. I'm 76. All right, we're a mile and change from Shipwrecks. Oh, all right. Sorry, sending some texts, communicating with a spotter. DRTT16, great job. She says, she comments, thank you, DRTT16. Sorry, I'm just moving some cables around. Just gotta charge some things. Oops. Manny Menendez 111 goes on tomorrow on YouTube. Robbie, tomorrow I'm gonna order corned beef hash omelet with cheese grits, not instant grits, right toast, so no one gets confused. That's some catsup. It's the go-to order at the Chuck Wagon on Sundays. Yes, I make sure to make sure to clarify no instant grits because, as you all know, no self-respecting Southerner eats instant grits. I brought that up yesterday at when we were having breakfast. And yes, it's always good. Sometimes the toast gets mixed up, so I always try to get the same toast as the other people. So it's a mix-up. It's not a big deal. It's happened before where one guy orders whole wheat and another guy gets rye, and then got rye toast, and everyone's just passing around wondering what to do. And so it's just easy to just get the same toast across the board. And of course, we always have to have catsup. We just passed mile marker 57. It's home original. Sorry, I will not be there tomorrow. That would require massive cheating. I could not be it. That would have someone have to drive me there and drive back. That is not happening. I will not be it. Unless they have a Chuck Wagon somewhere in the middle of the Keys. Just cruising along this trail. This Grassy Key Heritage Trail that connects Marathon. I'm pretty sure we've left Marathon already. And we're working our way to Grassy Key. We're going to pass the shipwrecks where there may be a meetup. There may be a meetup at shipwrecks with my spotter. Just a job to get some batteries charging. And then onwards and upwards. I'm keeping my brakes to a minimum today. Got a lot of walking to do. A lovely, lovely day to do it. Check the score. Our Michigan's up by 9 at halftime. That's good. We can keep walking. We won't have to be distracted by a wild. Hopefully, we're not distracted by a wild finish at the end. Woo-wee. Just marching along. The Grassy Key Heritage Trail. This goes for a long way. I say it starts at 55, and we're almost at mile marker 58. Walking along these trails, and over here they do have the mile markers written on the street because you can't see the actual decals. They do spray paint the mile markers on the street, so. but I don't know if those are legitimate. I try to look through the bushes and see if I can see this decal sticking out that should be parallel with that mile marker. But unless. Some text. Rose 242 says we'll leave it on the table in your honor. Appreciate it. Maybe next year maybe I'll walk, maybe I'll work out the walk where I pass through there. When I'm walking to Key West, I'll walk from a place where I can pass through that chuck wagon on the way on a Sunday. I'll time it to where I'm passing through on a Sunday to have breakfast. Be careful, there's bears in these parts. Well, yeah, I didn't have a bear contingency plan. I don't even have a brush fires contingency plan. If there's brush fires on the 18-mile stretch, I don't know what we would do. We never accounted for that. We got lucky last year that we were walking on the opposite. We were walking to Key West, and the brush fires happened after we had already passed it. And had we been going in this direction last year, we would have run into the brush fires right around the time. Oh, bears. There's bears in these parts. This is where our ace researcher fins up 876. It's Saturday, so I think he's enjoying his Saturday. He's like, I'm not working today. Yeah, the past couple of days he'd been working, doing some research. He would tell us about he would research every channel, every mile marker, every historic bridge in the Keys. He would pull up the stats. Missing them today, and he would research the bear habitat in the Grassy Key. The fires locked us out. So yeah, Roads 242 couldn't make it. That's the good thing about walking in this direction, that it'll be easier for people to see me at the end. And we had some people make it through, and then then we had someone, Erin, made it through like 20. She got through like 20 minutes before you did, Roads 242, and then 20 minutes later they closed off the stretch. But yeah, let's hope there's no fires. Maybe I should bring a fire extinguisher. Maybe I should have packed a fire extinguisher just in case. All right, we can see, I think we're at the end. We're not quite at the end of the trail, but the trail still goes on. But as you see here, we're at the Grassy, we can see buildings again. We'd have lost our tree protection. Sunset Key RV sites and vacation rentals at mile marker 39. Oh, it's way in the other direction. We're not going that way. Grassy Key Land and Sea Market. I think we are past. I think we did pass mile marker 58 because I see the addresses say 58152. So we had to have passed mile marker 58 along the way. So we got a boost. And now we're working our way to Shipwrecks, which is that's at mile marker 59, or it's an SS Rex. So here's a stat from Roads 242. Did you know that the little stretch you're on right now leads the highest nation, leads the nation in flashing per capita, Flashing lights? Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to be flashing your lights. I was flashing the lights last year in the in the dark. I had my headlight on. That you hooked it up with. I had that headlight on. We were walking through these parts of the spooky dark. The bike route officially ends, but there's another route over here. Grassy flats over here. Now I don't know if I can keep going this way. That's a little. Because now it's like dirt road. Yeah, that dirt path, I don't remember walking through that last year. I don't believe, yeah, there's no poles there. So I don't think this one goes through. So I'm going to play it safe and get back on the US 1. Well, I do see some cyclists coming through on the other end. So maybe it does go through. Oh yeah, it does. It does go through. So I'll keep walking. A little on the edge. Worst case, I'll just plow through the bushes. Here we are. Walking along. Walking along parallel US 1 on this trail. We're officially ending the trail, but now we're on this alternate rock path on the side. Oh, I think I'd rather walk on the street than walk on this. But Manny Fernandez, 937. Hello on Instagram. Awesome. Yeah, so this trail takes us pretty close to Shipwrecks. But we're not going to take a break. We're not going to take like a long extended break at Shipwrecks like we did last year. We're just gonna meet the spotter, drop off some sets of batteries to charge. Just marching along. Just keep marching. Jorge Giron, 797 says, what happened to Zach this year? Zach is out of the country. He could not do it. He could not do it this year, although he does get back apparently on the last day. He's teasing that he might try to make. I have a meeting to get him on the stream. Maybe we'll, because there is a way to invite people as a get to join the stream virtually, and I could like talk to them back and forth. Maybe we get Zach. Maybe we can find a way to get Zach on the stream. I wanted to do it when we were in Key West, but it was too much chaos, too much stuff going on. But maybe we'll fall. We'll see. Well, maybe we'll get Zach on the stream. Maybe when we get to the fireworks place at Key Largo, that he decided after we got the stretch that we were trying to make it to the Big Chill. He was like, "Oh no, there's fireworks. I gotta get some." Maybe when we get to the fireworks place, we'll invite him to the stream. We're just marching along the grassy key. We have left Marathon. I'm not at risk of losing my hat like I was yesterday. Dolphin Kane joins in on Instagram. What's up, Dolphin Kane? It's a nice win for the Kane last night. Gritted out a tough road win in the NCAA tournament. Such a lovely day. New York Nick on the IG. Dolphin Kane says Purdue going down. Go Canes. I think the Canes could beat Purdue. I'm serious. I think they really can. They've been battle tested all year. Winning on the road last night. Raucous, hostile environment. It was they played the game in St. Louis and they played Missouri. Missouri's campus is like a 2-hour drive from St. Louis. And yet the Canes fought and won. And I think they could beat Purdue. That's serious. And the way they play basketball, they just grind it out, get to them. I mean, they were missing free throws early in the game, or they started like 4 for 12. But then, they made like a stretch where they made like 7 or 8 in a row. But they get fouls, they get to the free throw line, and they make their threes when they make the timely threes. They play good defense. All right. This thing is, it let me back to the future. This little cut right here can go as it leads to the trail. Next time, this is a nice mark. All right. I am back on regular US 1. We're out of cart path. New York Knicks has moved to YouTube. Video quality is better. Yeah, because Instagram is on a vertical screen, so it's cropping out the vertical stream, and then YouTube, I could stream as much as 1080. Whereas Instagram has all these limitations. But I know that people have Instagram, so try to reach out to everybody. It is what the young people are doing. Here's the Grassy Key RV Park and Resort. And then here is the Grassy Key Resort. Seeing the cars coming right at me. It might be like this for a little bit until I get to the fishing bridge. But we're going to be coming up on Duck Key. It's 1:32. Wow, we've been at it for almost 3 hours. I feel like it's gone quick. There's an RV park and resort. Jotting down notes for the future. It's a big boy. I'm just kidding. All right. We got some distance. We got a little lane and some grass on this side. Unlike the 7 Mile Bridge. We've been streaming away for almost 3.5 hours. Gulfview Oceanfront Resort. I'll get the New York Knicks says I'll get the Chuck Wagon Grand Slam. That's right, you came with us one time. Yeah, you came with us last year when you came down to see the Yankees. When the Yankees were here, you came down right before we got my Jack McKeon bobblehead. Chuck Wagon grand slam. It's good enough. Classic greasy spoon. We're moving to the Dolphin Research Center coming up. Yeah, yeah, Nick, come down tomorrow. Come down to Miami. You can take my plate. You can take my place. Dolphin Research Center. So yesterday we passed through the Turtle Hospital, and we also passed through another animal hospital today. And here we are at the Dolphin Research Center, which puts us right next to shipwrecks. Stay safe out there. I'll check back in as we're still marching along. I'm always marching along. Here we are at shipwrecks. Sports. Only one game on. But we've made it nearly 9 miles of the day. I do see a mile marker. I believe that should be mile marker 59, which is where this place is. Okay, keep walking. I'm gonna take a sneak peek and see what's going on in the game, but I can just check. I think it's a comfortable lead by Michigan. Oh, actually, Michigan's only up by 6 with 13 minutes left. They might have a doozy. All right, here's the Dolphin Research Center. It's not to be confused with Dolphin Carpet and Tile. I know everyone's got, in South Florida has that jingle in their head. Here we are, Dolphin Research. Big sign. Big Dolphin. Maybe they have some wide receivers that the Dolphins can use. But yep, there is 59. Doing pretty good, right? I feel like I want to say. Two miles away from Duck Key, and then we'll just be a couple of bridges. And then we'll be into Long Key and the city of Layton. '59. We're back to traditional Maya markers, not the ones written on the cart path. 59. We're gonna get to this. We'll hit 60 miles in a matter of 20 or so minutes. Right around 2 o'clock, we'll have hit 60 miles. Let's just do a battery swap in a sec. Down to my third battery, but my spotter's coming. I'm gonna get some freshies underway. And I do have solar. Well, I'm just gonna set aside my iPad right here momentarily. Might as well redeploy the sunscreen. Yep. Redeploying sunscreen. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get my third battery. Yep, got it. Sorry, I'm just putting my computer down. Just putting my iPad down just so I could swap a battery. I have keeping the audio on. I have to adjust the focus. All right. We have to adjust the focus of the. I think this iPad does an autofocus. All right, we're back to marching along. Grassy Key Marina, boat storage. We're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, we're live on Instagram. Getting closer, marching towards Duck Key, which is like right on the pole of 61. But right now we got to get to we're on mile marker 59. We just passed the shipwreck and the Dolphin Research Center. And now we're working towards mile marker 60. And then we just have a couple bridges. And those bridges will put us deep into the 60s. We're just cruising and bruising. Some RVs. A lot of RV places here in Grassy Key and in Marathon. We're just cruising along. Let's see what's going on with St. Louis and Michigan. Hope Michigan pulls away. I want to keep walking. Oh yeah, Michigan's starting to pull away, up by 15 with 10 and a half minutes left. It's great. That game's a blowout, and then it's at least another 30 minutes before the next game starts, and we can make up some serious groundage. Hooey! There's the Jolly Roger. Damn you, Roger. Another RV resort. So many RV resorts within a block of each other. I feel like they should be more spread out if they're out there camping. I guess this place must be packed with RV places, and they fill up quickly, and they do. I believe me, these campgrounds book like months and months in advance. Smart along. Getting to the end of Grassy Key, I see a channel coming up. Looks like a little bridge that will take us to the base of tunnel. That might take us to close to Duck Key, and then Hawks Cay at Hawks Cay Resort, right on mile marker 61. Georgie's Coffee. $49. There's Georgie's Coffee. Just keep on marching. All right, my spotter is on the way. Somewhere along. I can give her some batteries. I will need a refill of water. I just pounded through some Gatorade. So we're going to meet up with the spotter just in a bit. And I'll drop off some batteries, get some water, maybe bite on that, take a bar, get that bar. We're getting towards Big Duck Key. Little Duck Key was yesterday before the 7 Mile Bridge. It didn't work out. We couldn't get to that scenic shot on the beach, on Veterans Memorial Beach on Little Duck Key. I really wanted to, but my favorite beach on the Keys is that Little Duck Key. It was so rewarding getting there after walking the 7 Mile Bridge last year. Oh, big boy. Speaking of which, Publix. He's probably going to mile marker 50, where our mile marker was, where we ended the day yesterday. Just marching along, getting to the end of Grassy Key. It's a little bridge. There is more room on the right side, but I don't feel like crossing the street. I don't think the extra room is not worth it. And plus I got guardrail over here. So just, just keep on marching. I am slowing down a little bit. I am on some rock and some grass. All right, got a slew of cars coming at me. I feel like I'm on the 7 Mile Bridge. But we got a good gap. Good gap, as you can see. So march. So we're leaving the Grassy Key. And we're headed to Duck Key. I think we're only 4 miles away from the Long Key Bridge. And that Long Key Bridge is 3 miles. I think we could definitely do that today while it's daylight. Marching along. Just marching along. Nice, lovely day. We'll get back on Fishing Bridge soon enough, or cart path. But for now, I gotta rough it a little bit on this grass. They were in the grassy key. In 0.4 miles, there's a sidewalk across the street. That's my spotter from the past couple of days, Alex. He's still doing some remote spotting, which is also helpful. We got spotters on site, and we got spotters on remote. We are well grounded on well covered on spotters. There's a little bridge here. And I think I see a mile marker. No, wait. Yeah, it's way out in the distance, but we're in sight of a mile. I'm in blurry sight of a mile marker. And that would be mile marker 60. As I'm hoping to get deep into the 60s, maybe get into the lower 70s. The daylight's cooperating. It's about to be 2 o'clock. We have at least 5.5 hours of daylight. I don't plan on taking long breaks. I want to do as much as I can today. Then tomorrow would be a shorter day. All right, there's mile marker 60. I feel like I'm getting hit by some bugs. Yeah. Sarah Michelle. Oh, coffee. Good luck. Stay strong. Keep it going. Stay safe. She comments on Instagram. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. I'm watching and commenting away. All comments are helpful. All comments are helpful. These are long days. You guys will provide the entertainment. Keep me going. As we're marching along towards Lone Depot Park. That's the goal. And we're doing this for South Florida Autism Charter School. And you can scan the QR code on the top right corner and click a donate. We're over $6,000 last I saw. And so we had a nice generous donation today, anonymous. And so thank you. Now we're at $6,800. We're knocking on the door of $7,000, just like we're knocking on the door of mile marker 60. And then we're going to be, and then we'll be in Duck. We're going to be passing through Duck Key. Spotters there waiting. Oh, so it's 5.7 miles across the Long Key Bridge. It's not 3 miles. I thought it was a 3-mile bridge. So but that's Fishing Bridge. That's one of the nice. I hope to get there when there's daylight. I think I will. Oh, it's 5.7 miles from where I'm at. Okay, roughly 2.5 hours to get to the Long Key Bridge, which puts me around 4:30 at the Long Key Bridge, and that's 3 miles, and will definitely be daylight for that. So it's roughly around 65, and then the mile mark, and then it'll probably take us close to 68. I think I'm going to milk every second of daylight today. Maybe a little bit of sunset. Oh, feeling good. You have 2 bridges. One is 3 and the other is about 2. That's from Roads 242. I remember the Long Key Bridge being 3 miles. But I don't remember if this bridge has a fishing bridge parallel. I know the Long Key Bridge does. But here's mile marker 60 coming right up. Then we'll be marching towards Duck Key. I feel like we got it off to a late start. We started at 10:05, and we'll have gone 10 miles in just about exactly 4 hours to go 10 miles. It's 2.5 miles an hour. But I still feel like it's good. The old stomping grounds, yeah. We're good old Zach. Zach's out of the country. Although I do want to get him in on the stream. I want to have him join the stream virtually at some point. And he is teasing that he's supposed to be back on the last day. But I think he flies into Orlando. And so I don't know how he's going to be able to do the last day, but he's teasing it. He's the one doing the teasing, not me. So he's hinting that he might join the last day. Yeah. So apparently we got donors from 5 other states outside the state of Florida. We're nationwide. Oh, there was a sidewalk across the street and I missed it. But yeah, all right. I want to get to mile marker 60. I'll cross it. But yeah, I was just strolling away. Yeah, look at that nice protected sidewalk. But it might end. So yeah, mile marker 60, I'll cross. All right, cross when it's safe. cross. Oh, I gotta hurdle these guardrails. Ah, one more hurdle. Oh, I am on the sidewalk. You're like this. Roads 242 says, you're like Pitbull. That's Mr. Worldwide. That's right. We're nationwide so far in our donors. Here we are coming up on mile marker 60. I want to see on this side. So here we are. Here's mile marker 60 coming right into your living room. Then we have a little bridge, and then we'll be at Duck Key and / Hawks Cay Resort. There it is. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's right. So it's a killer string. Sorry, yes. Yes, I did mute them. I did mute the microphone for the conversation, just orchestrating details and my spotter. Oh, look, oh, hey. All right, let me get some, gotta just drop off some batteries. I love you. All right. So all my batteries are charging. To my fingers. Nice little point. Nice little point beach. The batteries are charging. I have not run. But yeah, here we are on this sidewalk, past mile marker 60. Cruising towards Duck Key. And then there's a couple bridges we gotta cross. But I'm marching along here. Marching along, glorious day. My spotter, she gave me some added protection sunscreen, even though it's kind of hard for me to see. But she gave me some thicker sunscreen that I put on my nose. I refilled the water. Here we are, marching along. And we're marching towards Duck Key. And then we have a couple bridges. A 2 and a 3 mile bridge. I believe they both have fishing bridges on the side. You know what? Let me check what's going on. Make sure St. Louis didn't make a crazy comeback. The sidewalk runs all the way up to Duck Key, then you have plenty of space to walk. All the bridges from to here to Long Beach have walking bridges. That according to my sponsor. And it looks like Michigan won quite comfortably. There's the bridge. There's some nice little bay action. This sidewalk's gonna run to about Duck Key, and then it's gonna end temporarily. We got plenty of grass apparently on the right side. And then we got fishing bridge for the next 5 miles after. $2.18. We're in the 60s. We're less than 100 miles to go in our adventure to get to Lone Depot Park by Friday. By Friday, 7:10 p.m. first pitch. And we're doing this all for the South Florida Autism Charter School. We're happy, thankful to all those who've donated. We're thankful to all those who've watched. No matter we have donations on different states, and we are over $7,000. We are at $7,305 so far. So thank you. Just today alone, we've done $4,000 today. We started the day a little bit over 3,000, and now we're over 7,000. So thank you to all donors along the way. Thank you. We appreciate it. And it's all going to a place that helps. That takes autistic kids as low as 6 months, and we even have an adult program where my brother Michael who's 33 years old, is a part of now. And Michael and many of his classmates were in Key West a few days ago. So we thank you all those donations, and all across many different states. Marching along. This little channel here, it's getting nice here on Duck Key. That looks like the outer bit. You can see some houses that looks like Duck Key over there. See the sign for Hawks Cay Resort. We're just marching along. False alarm. All right, there's a bridge coming up, and I think there is a fishing bridge. Little baby bridge over here that's going to take us into Duck Key. So we're just marching along, nice and groovy. Or it looks like Terry's Harbor Channel. That's what I see over here. Feels like it's getting warmer. It's only gotten warmer by 1 degree, but it feels like it's getting a lot harder. I don't know if the Instagram stream is still up, but I'll have time to mess with it. Tom's Harbor, that's what it is. Tom's Harbor Channel. And there is no fishing bridge on this one. I got to muscle it. Or Tom's Harbor. All along the trail. Oh no, I was wrong. There is fishing bridge. Awesome. We do not have to muscle. Here we go. This is the channel that'll take us into Duck Key. And then there'll be another slew of very peaceful, stress-free bridges where I could just go along the parallel fishing bridge. And shout out to all those who donated yet again. Thank you. Thank you, Andre and Lizzie. Thank you, Juan Delgado. And thank you, all the anonymous donations. Here we are. There's Duck Key right there, Ox Cay Resort. We'll see the sign for it in a little bit. I think that's the bridge that goes over there that goes over it. We're just going to cruise on this fishing bridge. Wonder if we'll see any fish. See if anybody catches something. I always get duped when somebody reeling in something. I was like, oh, he's got something. But no, he's just got to do a recast. Yep, this guy's doing a recast. Just marching along. Just cruising along these lovely bridges. Pelicans are just hanging out on the wire, on the electrical wire. All right, they're just regular birds. Just enjoying a nice, lovely day. Oops, get my snack bar. Hold on. Just gotta open up this bar. It's a little mushy. All right. Oh, that was lunch. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, no! I wanted to get that close-up shot. That would have been good for a cutaway. Damn, I'll have another shot. All right, so I'm gonna act cool. Gotta get up real slow on them. This is for the promo later. This is, we'll do next year's promo. If we do a documentary, these are good, these are good in-between shots. Nice and easy, steady, girl. Easy. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna act cool. I'm just like I'm walking on. No, don't leave. Ah. Promise. Ah. They keep drifting further away. I just wanted to get the close-up shot. Here we are, marching along. Here we are, it's Duck Key. There's the Duck Key Marina to the right. All right, these guys are fishing over here. Could have picked a better day to go out fishing. I don't think anyone's caught anything. Over here. This place is packed. Must be a lot of people. The fish must be biting. Here we are, Duck Key. And when Duck Key, that means there's a mile marker coming up. It means there'll be a mile marker 61. And then I feel we'll get a boost of acceleration once we get on some bridges, fishing bridges. I feel like each one's like 2 or 3 miles. And here we are, Duck Key. Here's another sign for Duck Key. And there should be a mile marker. I'm going to stay on this side of the street because this is where the bridges are. Man, I gotta use the bathroom, but Key. Alright, well, a little uneven ground here. That's okay. It's just for a little bit. There is a wide patch of grass, but it is slanted. It's at a downward angle. Just gotta muscle it for a little bit. And then we'll have some paradise bridges. So we're walking all the way back to Miami. We've been at it for walking straight, pretty much nonstop for 4.5 hours. And we'll have hit 11 miles coming up here at mile marker 61. Try to get deeper into the 60s. And then when tomorrow would be a short day, only have to get to mile marker 81. And then we could do a roll by at Robbie's Marina, my favorite place in the Keys. It's my name. I own the place. It's a good halfway point of the walk. And I'll have my Robbie's t-shirt ready to go for it. There's 61. Coming right up. 237. I think this next bridge is a couple miles, and then it rolls over into the Long Key Bridge. Here's 61. The Dolphin facility. Here's 61. One more time, just for the birds. Duck Key, Hawks Cay. All right, I think there's a bridge coming up. Nice little fishing bridge coming up. Just got to muscle through this rock and grass. I think I could bust out 10 more miles, honestly. Done 11. It's not even 3 o'clock. I'll have plenty of daylight. Maybe I can make it all the way to Robbie's. That's a lot. Robbie's is another 16 and a half miles. Robbie's is mile marker 77.5. That would be a good place to end, but I don't know if I can make it that far. Maybe even do that hairy bridge on mile marker 72 if there's daylight. Crossing through lovely Duck Key, just past mile marker 61, and we're getting onto a bridge that could be about 2 miles. And then there'll be another bridge that takes us into Long Key. That'll be about 3 miles. And we'll be in Layton. And then touching lower, getting closer and closer to lower Maracumbe. Marching along. It's marching along nice and easy. I don't know if I'm still live on Instagram. I got the disconnect and just disconnected the stream. That's gonna take too much time. So I apologize. No longer on Instagram. It's just YouTube and Twitch. for now. May have to switch to the phone soon, and then get some battery relief. We're coming across a channel. All right, we're getting to the end of the rock path and getting on another bridge. We passed through Tom's Channel earlier, but now we're going through Tom's Harbor Cut. This Tom was all over Duck Key. All right, there's a long bridge, a long fishing bridge. Yeah, there's a phone call. They're kills the stream. Tom's Harbor Cut. Sorry about that. My brother Michael may be coming in a couple of days to do some more walking with us. Oh, we may have something. Oh, he just missed it. He had it on the hook. Couldn't reel him in. But this bridge is packed. Back to the gills. All the fish must be out here. Oh yeah, it's a bit off a chunk. Marching along Tom's Harbor Cut. Little baby bridge. Then we're getting closer to that long key bridge. Oh. 4 miles, approximately 90 minutes. Just here and watching along this Tom's Harbor Cut. The wind's not as bad. Last year we were walking through this bridge, it was crazy windy, but today it's just quite spectacular. Watching along. Microphone's off. May have to go to the phone soon, but battery relief is on the way. And we're marching along Tom's Harbor Cut. And we're coming into Conch Key. And Conch Key, I think there's going to be another bridge that takes us into that takes us to the Long Key. We're about 90 minutes away from that Long Key bridge. Woo! We're just cruising along the keys. There's Conch Key, Conch Key. That's where we are now. marching along. I see something green, but I don't think that's a mile marker. Whoa, I almost walked into a puddle. Whoa. These are new shoes. I want to do that. I see a decal. I see a greenish mile marker. It could be 62. 62 coming right up. Louisville, Michigan just started. Just a nice casual stroll. This will put us at 12 miles. Is what we did yesterday. Those 12 miles were very intense. I did those much faster. Getting closer to the Long Key Bridge. Probably another mile away. There's 62. I just kind of hug the right side for a little bit longer, and then the fishing bridge. We're gonna have a nice long fishing bridge, I believe. We're coming up on a 2-miler, and then we get to the Long Key Bridge. There it is, 62. Coming up 5 hours straight. All right, 62. Woo! That's hauling. Yeah. 62. 62. Whew. It's just so peaceful. It's a little rough in it over here. It's just practice for the stretch. Okay, Clay, I could see you next bridge. I don't think this is the actual Long Key Bridge. I think this is the bridge before the Long Key Bridge. But I'm pretty. Ooh. Oh, now it says Mount. Now after 5 hours, 5 hours in, my watch asked me if I want to record the outdoor walk. Oh, thank you. But, just gotta get through this. May cheat a little bit. Can't keep walking on this. Just for a little bit. Get back on this. Oh. Alive for 5 hours on the nose. done. Did 12 miles, 5 hours. It's about a little shy of the 2 miles, and this grass has slowed me down a little bit. Oh, all right. Sorry about it. Sorry about that. I legit had to do Big Daddy. For those of you that don't see the movie Big Daddy, you can look it up. Just basically, the line starts with "What's your name?" I'll write it on the wall for you. I just have to do that right now. In the middle, and I got a fresh battery. Charging it. I got juice. All right, babe. I got water. I'm good, baby. I'm good. Just stay nearby. Love you. So I'm back. Yeah, that wasn't dead air, Alex. That was me trying to find a place to put my iPad while I did business. But I couldn't find a scenic backdrop that the iPad would be stable on. But I'm marching along. Marching along, trying to get to the Long Key Bridge. Lovely, gorgeous. Soon, there is a bridge coming up. It's going to be at least 2 miles, I want to say. I know it's a 2 and a 3 miler. Just having a nice casual Saturday stroll up and down the Keys. Ooh, just gotta muscle it for a little bit longer. All right, I'm gonna get back on the uncomfortable grass. That was a little too close for me. Just gotta briefly muscle. Marching along, getting closer and closer to that bridge. And then we'll have several miles of bridge paradise. It's private property. It's a nice private property over there. long stretch of just grass, but it's gonna be 20 miles of this on the stretch, so better be able to deal with it. Oh, it's glorious. Michigan State's up by 9, up by 8 on Louisville. Whoa. All right, getting closer and closer to being able to not walk the street and walk on these this uncomfortable grass. It's a casual stroll. Of course, longer than I thought. Working and working our way to mile marker 63. Here we are. You can see, I can see the bridge. Not sure how long here's me, by the way. Scan the QR code. top right corner. That's how you donate. $1 are donated today. Getting closer and closer to that bridge. In 0.4 miles, I get sidewalk. And I believe this is a pre-bridge to the Long Key Bridge. All right, there's the bridge. Huh. All right, there's the bridge. And there's a mile marker. It should be mile marker 63. Perfect world, I would like to get to 72. I'd like to get to mile marker 72, and then we could be feet on the street tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then we walk 5 miles to Robbie's, break at Robbie's, and then we just have another, then we just got to get to mile marker 81. That's the perfect world. I don't know if I can make it to mile marker 72 today, but we'll see. Whoa. Miami-Dade County. We're not in Miami-Dade County. It's amazing. The buses go down here. Huh. All right, there's 63. There's 63 and a fishing bridge. Been streaming for almost 5.5 hours. Pretty much nonstop. I had to use the bathroom briefly, and then there was another time where, other than that, we've kept it moving. This might be the Long Key Bridge, or it's the pre one. Oh. There's 63. If I do 3 miles an hour, I could do 9 miles. I still have plenty of daylight. Here we are. 63. It looks like a beat up 3. There it is. 63. And this is indeed, it looks like the Long Key Bridge. The Long Key Channel. I believe this is going to be 3 miles. I believe on this bridge. It is 3 miles. The Long Key Channel. Long Key Channel. Here we go. Oh, this bridge is packed. Packed. Everybody's fishing out here. This is where the fish are. Oh, of course, the guy with the cane stud. I thought he caught a fish, but nope, it was just seaweed. On the home stretch. That is the lovely Long Key Channel. Look out there's the car bridge. There's a pedestrian bridge. Go Canes! Go Canes! All right. Bridge is packed to the gills here. Bridge is very busy. So much daylight left. May have to switch to the phone soon. All right. All right. We'll see how much I can go. This is just a beautiful day. I'm feeling good. There's daylight. I may be able to keep going. It's not windy. We'll see how I feel after I get through this bridge. But I would like to do more. I would like to keep going. Here it is, the lovely Long Key Bridge. same. I'm going to have to switch to my phone, and my phone video quality is not going to be as good as this. It's a spectacular day. I won't be able to see I may or not be able to see mile markers. I think I will be able because I'm walking in the direction of the cars, and then the mile markers will be on this side. Oh, bicycle's coming through. Almost a catch. Some good daylight, man. Wow. Just marching along, speechless. Spectacular day. Last year on this bridge, it was massively windy. But last year on the 7 Mile bridge, it wasn't windy. And then this year now it's flipped. 7 Mile was super windy. And this has been quite lovely. I don't know what you'd rather have. The windy, calm bridge with no cars, you can enjoy it. Or the one dangerous bridge, good weather. And then the other one that's not dangerous has the bad weather, or the not dangerous one having the suspect weather. I'm 2.5 miles to mile marker 66. But I think I could do better. Especially with this daylight, I think I'd do better. I would like a shorter day tomorrow. Tomorrow we got to get to 81. And by the end of this bridge, we should be at mile marker 66, approximately. All right. That's unfortunate. Got to switch to the phone. on, I gotta let myself in. All right. All right. Just gotta update my internet settings. Preserve as much power as I can. All right, I'm back on the phone. This quality isn't that bad. I'll for this first. And we're just streaming away. Sunset's at 7:35 p.m. So I think I'm doing pretty good. It's only 3:44. So by the time I get to 66, at worst it's 3 more hours if I do 2 miles an hour. So I think I'm gonna be able to get to. I think I could try to get to 72 before sunset. And then feet on the street could be 10 a.m. Or I could do mile marker 70. That feet on the street could be 9 a.m. That might be something I could do. Might all depend on my battery situation. I'm having, my spotter is going to be at the other side of this bridge, but she can't help me now. Oh, whoa, a turtle in the water. Oh, you can't. It's going to be hard to see, but there was a turtle way out there, a big one. Lovely day. Oh, I'm trying to answer a text. Now I'm streaming on the phone. All right. Marching along. Marching along this lovely Long Key Bridge. Sorry, I'm moving the camera up and down. It's the only way I can see my battery is if I go vertical. Sorry. Oh. Just kind of I'm just at a loss for words. How lovely this is. This majestic bridge. Not even paying attention to the mile markers. I'm just, marching along. Just marching along. Marching along. I think I do see vaguely a mile marker. It's probably going to be 64. If I had to guess, it's not going to be able to get a close-up visual with the phone camera, but I could see a green thing sticking out, and it looks like mile marker 64. Just rolling away. All right, here's the mile marker. There's 64. There it is, 64. On the bridge for at least another mile or two. This bridge, I believe, goes to mile marker 66. There's 64. Got at least 2 more miles to do. Possibly 8 miles, but might have to settle for 6. Hoping to hit Robbie's by noon tomorrow. That's the plan. So trying to get as close as possible to be able to be at Robbie's around noon. And then, which is on 77 and a half. And then tomorrow we only have to get to mile marker 81. There's 64. Can't get that close to it, but you may be able to make it out. We got this. What's the matter? Do you need help? It's from MN Poe. I do not need help. I have the opposite. I have the opposite of a problem. Really good. Kimmo says, "We got this. This is easy. This is easy, Mom. Look, I'm not on that bridge where the cars are. Look how much space there is. You would need a ramp and Evel Knievel to get for a car to get on this bridge." Just marching along this bridge. Oh, hello. It's nice and easy. I'm on the phone. It's hot. It looks beautiful. It is a little warm, but it's like it is. I'll tell you exactly, Mom. It's 71 degrees and sunny. 71 and sunny. Pushing. We're doing good. Doing good on time. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours since we left Marathon. Why can't the grits be instant? Because no self-respecting Southerner eats instant grits. Oh. Everyone knows that. We're self-respecting Southerners. We're not have instant grits. All right, we're marching along, probably getting to the halfway point of this bridge. They haven't responded in time. So the Great White Hope is setting south. Oh boy. There's some text. There's some text. Linda. Oh my God. I am getting close to Layton Key. I'll be at the other side. Once I get on the other side, I'll be in Layton. The city of Layton, or the town of Layton. Uh, fish. I just may there is a bench on the other side of this bridge. May break. That may be a break, recess, and then we'll decide if we keep going or not. I do think I want to push through, and I do need some battery. And so when I get battery relief, yeah, I'll take a brief break. Once I get to the other end of the bridge, I haven't had a break all day. I've been powering through it. I'll try to keep the break brief. Don't want to waste the precious daylight. But then we'll just see what we got to do. Basically on my feet for 6 hours straight without sitting. So I'm gonna. I think I see the end of the bridge, but I didn't see a mile marker anywhere. Maybe it may only be 2 miles. It may only be at 65. If I'm not mistaken. I thought it was 3. Or maybe I passed the 65 and I wasn't paying attention. Go, go, go. I'm getting pretty low on phone battery. I need a recharge to power through. And there'll be battery relief on the other side of this bridge. I have fat fingers. I'm doing everything on my phone, so I get texts on my phone. Get into this bridge, pick up the pace. I should probably sit. Once I get on the other end of this bridge, Okay. All right, we're marching along. You can see the end of this bridge. I think I see a mile marker coming up. All right. I'm not seeing a mile marker quite a bit. I think I may see one over there, vaguely. I'm getting close to running out of battery. I gotta pick up the pace just to make it across. There's a mile marker. It looks like 65. It is 65 right there. I may lose battery at some point. I won't be able to, I can't stop here in the middle of the bridge. But I'll keep walking and I'll be on the other end of the bridge if my battery dies. But that doesn't mean I didn't get advanced. It's impossible for a car to advance me to the other end of the bridge. The only way I could get there is by walking. So I may end the stream after I get on the other bridge, regroup, sit, get some battery. Let's see what we do. Six hours and 10 minutes. There's 65. All right. Sorry, I had to get those texts in. There's mile marker 65. I don't think I'm going to make it. I don't think I'm going to make it with the phone battery I have. So just so you know, there's mile marker 65. I'm going to keep walking to the other end of the bridge. Hey, pelicans. Even if I finally get that pelican shot, watch. I'm going to get it and the battery's going to die. It's going to pretend, act like I'm not here. I think the phone's a little bit more discreet than the iPad. All right.